Sup? ¿Qué ondita? Acá. Cállate, güey. ¿Dónde estás? Cállate. A ver, se juega. Tururú. Pa, para, ta, ta. Pa, para, ta, ta, ta. Tara, 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 ta, 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 ta. Tara, tara, ta, ta, tara, ta, 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 ta. Para, pa, para, pa, pa, para, pa, 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 pa. Wow. Bara bara bam bam bara bam bara bara bam bara ba bara ba bara 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 ba ba bara ba 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 taka taka ta 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 ra 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 ta ra ta ra ta 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 ra ta 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 ta. Oye, Pues me cambié la compu, así que va desde el inicio otra vez este pedo, güey. Sí, sí me acuerdo de todo, pero... Pizza Swift. Déjame restartear esto. And you want to play. Tuki 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 tu. Ah, cabrón. Va. Ah. No. Acá arriba. Esto que crouch, toggle, Simón. Tuki, 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 tuki. Caps lock, Simón. What? ¿No me hice invisible? What? Aquí no tengo sombra. No sé. What? ¿Lo estoy activando mal o qué pedo? ¿De verdad? Hijo de perra. Bro. La, la, la. Cámara. Ah, verga. No, güey, por favor. Ah, justo cuando activé esa mamada. Qué hijo de perra, güey. Pa. Uy, casi la acabo. Oh, es la primera vez que sí no me disparan, güey. Me valió verga, pero bueno. Uy, no veo. Fuck. Brother. No, ven aquí, pendejo. Dios santo, güey. Ok, solo ese brother pushea. Ok, no les doy. Wow. Fuck. Dios, güey. Ah, shit. Va. Nomás no tengo balas de esta madre. Bótate. Ok, wow. Wow. Ah, babe. Ok, well, shit. Ah, bueno, igual restarte, porque no me gustó como entré ahí, güey. No me gustó. And you want the blade. Cool. Uy, güey. No mames, pendejo. Puta madre. La primera puta vez que me cago por ese perro yo. Ah, vete a la verga. Por favor, güey. Ok. Ah, bótate. Ven aquí. Ay, puta madre. Fuck me, güey. Ese pinche cachito yo no sé cómo se hace constante, güey. Ah, muérete a la verga, pendejo. Dios, güey. Ok. Está más fácil ver a esos hermanos en HD. Aquí no tengo sombra, güey. Fuck. ¿Voy a venir a pushear ese brother? Ah, a ver, verga. Ok. Recarga, culero. Ah, cabrón, ¿dónde está? Ya lo vi. Hijo de perra. Vete a la verga, espérame. Chingada madre. Ay, qué imbécil, güey. Ah, la. Oh, wow. Oh, Oh, ah, no mames. Oh, va. Ok, la cae más o menos con esta. Lo volví a cagar. Uh, ah, juega. ¿Qué onda, Darkstar? Saluditos, saluditos. Grandes. A ver. Van tres, son cinco, pero no los veo. ¿Cómo va? Bien, bien, bien. Todo cool, todo cool. ¿Tú cómo andas? A ver si están ahí. No hay audio. Ah, qué pendejo. Ahora sí hay audio. ¿Cuál es tu cara, brother? A ver. Que la porquería de app no avisa cuando hay emisiones en vivo. Uy, no. Uy, no. Yo lo agarré. Aquí está.
You hiding from me?
Las de Twitch sí, pero Trovo no. Oh, what the fuck? ¿Cómo me daba ese brother? Ah. Pues no sé qué onda. O sea, de todas maneras las mando en todos lados, pero eso sí está hard saber si se mandan o no, porque pues wow, puse la caja mal, durísimo. No la debí poner al revés. Oh. Solo transmites aquí o en otras plataformas. Estoy ahorita transmitiendo aquí en Trovo, Twitch, YouTube y D-Live. Entonces, mente Parker, todos los cráneos, Simón. Así es. A perro multistream, Simón.
Spoiler.
Hold your ground.
Damn, este brother. Ay, puta madre, acomodé la perra caja mal, güey. Ah, su puta madre. Para para pa. Para pa. Para pa. Para pa. ¿Por qué no juegas con amigos o juegas en público si no te van a estar dando puro levantón? No sé si has oído. Un brother, puso un bounty, para ver quién pasaba todo el Halo 2, igual el lazo, todas las calaveras, sin morirse. Lo cual nadie ha hecho o sea, desde que salió el puto juego, nadie ha hecho esa mamada. Y el bounty es de $20,000. Y pues, obviamente pues, no lo puedes hacer con un raza. Quítate. Ah, va.
Only the weak betray their blood.
Looking for you. Coward!
How long do you plan on hiding, coward?
Y no cabe la carga.
Where are your puppets now?
Ah, por aquí sí no me da, güey.
Here is another. You expect better.
Ajá, huevo, pendejo. Ya ve. ¡Oh, córrele, güey!
Hold your ground.
Ay, el backslash, güey. Oh, no mames. Eso es imposible, el 2 es el más cerdo de todos, Simón. No, y esa es la... ¿Dónde puedo ver las misiones? O sea, la Cairo Station está easy, entre comillas, porque puedes pasear al Johnson por todos lados y ese güey agarra el agro de todos y tú vas matando uno por uno. El Outskirts, ay güey, está muy easy. O sea, ese pedo, o sea, creo que ni peleas con nadie, nada más es... O sea, te esquipeas casi todo el mapa y nada más haces la última sección del túnel legit y ya. Que está muy fácil porque, o sea, con la Ghost te puedes ir como muy lejos y aún así llegan las balas y los brothers como estás muy lejos no se targetean ni nada y nada más los matas así uno por uno. Metrópolis igual está fácil, pero el chiste es no cagar los saltos, porque si cagas un salto ya mamó porque necesitas saltos con rockets y granadas. Entonces si no lo haces bien a la primera, ya no lo puedes hacer una segunda vez porque te mueres. Y el Arbiter, creo que igual está... O sea, creo que Arbiter está más hard que todas. Por aquí no tienes nadie... No tienes a nadie que te ayude. O sea, llegan refuerzos de vez en cuando. Pero Pero, o sea, ninguno es invencible como el Johnson y no te ayudan mucho. Entonces, yo creo que verdaderamente este es una de las más hard. Pero la de Gravemind, esa es o sea, es la misión. En esa madre es lo que rompe todas las runs. ¿No tienen la predicción cerda del Infinite? ¿Cómo? Ah, del Simón, que estos brothers tienen el aimbot, ¿no? Simón, algunos. Los yacales se supone que sí están bien puercotes aquí. Pero creo que como elite no te tocan mucho. Ah, ya vi por qué no le está haciendo nada. Pendejo.
I'm with you. Open your eyes.
What? ¿Quién mató?
Betrayer.
Ah, su puta madre. Yo sé, y ahorita obviamente estoy practicando, güey, porque pues esto no es... O sea, porque si me hubiera... O sea, como me morí ahí, tendría que regresarme a Cairo y hacer todo otra vez, pero obviamente ahorita estoy practicando los mapas y a ver cómo se hacen eficientemente. Simón, de esos enemigos que te bastardean con cualquier arma a larga distancia y si te dan, Simón. O sea, los yacales creo que son los que sí te hacen mierda con el as. Pero de ahí en fuera como que los elites no tienen tanto rango.
I'm going to investigate. Cover me. a ring. Stay with me, boy. You don't take
No way! Voodoo!
it's lucky.
Brother,
Right,
no te vayas.
Stay down. I forbid you. I will not do nothing. By the prophets.
Hola, verga, estaba aquí.
We still see you!
Watch for a fresh attack. Miserable vermin! Yes, brother!
Bueno, ese bro sí se la voy a pegar, güey.
Now,
No,
be quick. I couldn't it better myself.
cómetela. No, se murieron los grunts. Ay, no mames. Vete a la verga, güey. Ah, ¿por qué se murieron los... Bueno, no hay pedo, supongo, güey, pero qué mamada. ¿Y tienes el Infinite? Por el Game Pass. Simón, es igual, ya lo pasé con todas las calaveras. Pero sí fue por gusto, ¿no? No, no, no. No lo vi, no lo vi, no lo vi, no lo vi, no lo vi. No lo vi, 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 no lo vi. ¿Cómo te van las otras plataformas? Pues más o menos igual que aquí. Bueno, no, solo en Twitch me va como que igual que aquí. En YouTube, sí, nada, y en D-Live no. Verga. Aquí de plano ni crees, está muy muerto aquí. Pero tienen varo para seguirla manteniendo, I guess. Ah, fuck, justo cuando yo dije. Ay, hijo de puta, güey. Wow. Sí, o sea, nada más. O sea, como que llegué a medio rápido, entre comillas, a los 50 followers y ya nada. No, no me salía tiempo.
We are the arm of the prophets, Arbiter, and you are the blade.
And you
Be
was
silent
late.
and swift, and we shall quell this heresy without incident. The storm has masked our approach, and it should have the local battle entity directed. We have the element of surprise for now.
Are you blind?
Are you blind? para pam, pam, para pa, pam, pa, pam, para pam, 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 pa, pam, pa, pam, para pam. Ah. Juega. Clean. Hola. Oh. A la verga. No. Fuck. Bueno, se la puedo quitar este grado. Ok. No hay pedo, se salva, se salva. No es que tengo 2 balas. Pero me llaman. Me encargaron pedir Kentucky. Mm. Turun. Mm. Kentucky, Kentucky, Kentucky. KFC. Pues así que digas promo. A ver en Uber Eats. Quiero entrar a Didi Food. A ver, déjala descargo. Pararán, pararán, parararara, parararara. Uber Eats. Restaurantes. Bueno, aquí está KFC. Paquete. Ahorita no hay promociones. Lo nuevo por tiempo limitado. Mm. A ver, ¿no? ¿Ya se instaló Didi? Open. Ah, qué asco. Mm. No sé. Ajá. No me traques. KFC. Cafetales. Tururú, tururú, No, pues no hay promociones. Ok. Nada más una. Normal, supongo. Les envío este pedo. Bueno, mejor les hablo. Esperen. Ah, ya. Sorry, es que sabe comer. Les fui a preguntar qué querían porque el Kentucky de repente ya está caro. No mames. 12 piezas, casi 500 varos. Así no se puede. Ibas mejor unas McDonald's. Dos de pollo por 99 varos. Not sponsored. ¿Qué? Me quedé. No. Pa, 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 pa.
We are the arm of the prophets, Father, and you are the blade.
And you are
Be
the
silent
blade.
and swift, and we shall quell this heresy without incident. The storm has masked our approach. Should have the local battle net in your way. We have the element of surprise for now.
Easy now, Punisher. Desist.
Desist.
Hey, it's me! Can you not see?
Ah. ¿Qué me va a estar dando ese brother? Tararara, tarara. Ah, shit. Que eso sí lo puedo ver, que sea consistente.
Arbiter, clear the hangar and open its doors so I may drop the second
Fuck.
lance.
Que ya no tengo varios de esta manera. Ah. Ah, no mames. A ver. Eso fue smooth, güey. No le pegan más balas a estos brothers.
Find the controls to the hangar doors, Arbiter.
Las cajas me valió verga durísimo. Ah.
Hold position. I am making my approach.
No me salvo nada. Chance no cambia mucho.
Always hated you, Elise.
I can trust. You are still breathing, are you not?
No mames. Va.
I'll get you.
What? A ver. Se me vieron las cajas durísimo, güey. Ah, puta madre.
We are the arm of the prophets, Arbiter, and you are the blade.
And you what,
Be
blade?
silent and swift, and we shall quell this heresy without incident. The storm has masked our approach. Ministers of your local battle net in disarray. We are the elements of the frost. For now.
Are you blind?
No entiendo. Sí importa, pero no importa tanto, creo. Oh. Ya lo vi, pero... Ah, estaba aquí.
Sentinel, defend us!
Ok. ¿Dónde está el otro? A ver.
Arbiter, clear the hangar and open its door so I may drop the second latch.
A ver. Eso sí estuvo muy padre. Muy padre. Qué pedo, estuvo muy clean. No, hijo de perra. Ahí está. Ok, nos queda uno. Ese brother. Pues no me puedo formar así. Güey. Dios, güey. A ver. Cajas. Es todo muy clean, güey. ¿Qué pedo? Oh. ¿Por qué está tan puto oscuro, güey? ¿No hay una brightness aparte? Gama. Ah, pendejo. Tú aquí. Ah, vaya. Pero no sé qué se ve nada.
The hangar doors, Arbiter. Open them, and I will land your reinforcements.
Ta. No mames. Estoy muy cerca, güey. Muy cerca. Casi me caga todo el chiste esta madre. Brother. Dios, güey. Fuera. Puta madre. ¿Qué con esto, güey? ¿Por qué no subes? Estoy listo. Ascenso.
Position, I am making my approach.
Oh, qué ladre. Ya llegó mi comida. A ver, pero supongo que en lo que vamos a ver a este brother. Tuki, tuki, tuki. Podemos repasar el nivel.
Just making sure it's as tight as possible, because that will get it to pop up more so than just hitting it straight on. But this is pushed back, and you want to hide smacking one of my friendly grunts because I don't have some reinforcements that drop down out of the belly of the Phantom. But at this point, it should be pretty easy to take out these Sentinels. They take 2 shots with the beam rifle. Even if you only shoot them once, that will reveal them. That will kind of deactivate their camo enough where the Phantom and the friendlies that are dropped down from the Phantom will kind of see them and start shooting at them as well. So they'll kind of help you out there. But once that 5th Sentinel goes down, I like to start smacking one of my friendly grunts because I don't know what my shield status is due to the blind skull. I know it's probably not full, but we want to get that up. But we don't want to actually smack any more friendlies because that will risk them turning against us, and we don't want that. So just kill 1 grunt, and then you could see that the grunts with the fuel rods, that's the next wave of enemies, they actually did spawn in. And you could see that they're kind of hiding behind the crates, like I mentioned. We boxed them into those rooms so they won't come out and attack us here. So we do actually want to kill one of them, which will get us to be able to go to the next part of the mission. So I now have a plasma pistol and a carbine. So I'm just going to poke my head in one of the doors, and we'll headshot one of these grunts. You probably noticed that not all 4 of these doors that we blocked on this side of the room have opened up. There's only 2 that are open right now. That's because the doors that the grunts spawn in are totally random. So they're going to be in a combination of those 4 doors, but it's not always the same. But now that we took out 1 grunt, I'm going to make my way down here. I actually just walked over some carbine ammo right there. But I'm just going to wait here, and eventually the door will open up after like 20, 30 seconds. So I'm just going to skip ahead right now. We're just waiting here. And the door's going to open up with 2 elites and 2 grunts on the other side. So what I want to do is kind of poke my head in here, and with my plasma pistol, I want to pepper the carbine-wielding elite. There's a carbine elite and a sword elite. I want to focus on the carbine elite, so just shoot him through the gap here, and then you could actually stick him with a plasma nade after you damage him enough. And then that will blow him up and kill him, and that will dislodge the barricade we made. And you want to let these 2 grunts pass, actually. So I'm going to let them live because they are not a threat. But you want to focus on the sword elite. You want to noob combo him, which is the overcharged plasma pistol, to take his shield completely down. And then you want to carbine him in the head to finish him off. My friendly elite actually smacked him to finish him off, which is fine too. But you can see the 2 grunts I let live are scripted to move up and face the opposite direction with their turrets that they set up. So they're not a threat. We could actually use them later to get our shields back, which I'll show you. So we're going to go to this pillar here once we move down. And this elite either goes to the left or the right of the pillar. So you can kind of see which way he's coming from, and then kind of sidestep him and back smack him. And you might not land the back smack with the first hit, but obviously just keep smacking them, and the Sputnik skull will help you out there. And then there's 2 more grunts that are charging that position. So you can see I backed up and headshot one of them. The other guy retreated down towards the bottom of the ramp, and I was able to headshot that guy. Now there are some additional elites down there. There are going to be 3 carbine elites down at the bottom of this ramp. So we're just going to take our time. You can see I'm crouching and uncrouching. What I want to do is make my reticle kind of shoot the edge or the end of the floor there, but when I'm uncrouched, it actually is focused on the elite. So it's actually going to shoot the floor if I remain crouched, but when I uncrouch, it will shoot the elite. That's how I'm lining it up. So line up your reticle so when you're standing, it's on the elite, but when you crouch, it's on the floor. And in that position, you can't really get shot by these carbine elites, so you could just charge your plasma pistol, pop up and shoot it, and then while it's on its way, you crouch again so you're safe again, and then switch to your carbine. And then once it actually connects and takes down the shield of the elite, you could just pop up and headshot the elite with the carbine to finish them off real quick. So super easy, super efficient, super safe way to take out these elites. At this point in the mission, you want to be carrying a plasma pistol and a carbine because we're just going to noob combo all the elites as we go, and we're going to headshot all the grunts with our carbine. So we want to poke our head in here. Normally you could see a grunt or 2 from this vantage point, from this doorway, but in this playthrough, it's not happening. So we're going to peek our head in even more. There's 3 grunts on this side that we want to take out. So there's 1, and then we're going to back up. There's 2 elites on the opposite side of this room here. So there they are. They usually don't make their self known. Usually the grunts are easier to shoot and the elites do not come at us yet, but they already are. So we're going to just roll with the punches here. But like I was mentioning, you want to have the carbine and plasma pistol at this point, and you shouldn't really have a problem with ammo. There's tons of carbine wielding elites around, and there's tons of full plasma pistols throughout the rest of the mission. So just keep exchanging the plasma pistols as you find them and keep grabbing the carbine ammo as you kill the elites. But once we take out at least 2 of the grunts, we want to move in here and under this ramp, and this is actually a really good hiding spot. We want to shoot our plasma pistol a little bit just to get the attention of those 2 elites, and eventually they will come in here and we could easily backsmack them. We're kind of forcing them to come to us, and then we could just smack them, and that will obviously turn them around, smack them again for the backsmack to kill them. And a great way to take these guys out because they have carbines, obviously. The carbines are really powerful. Once you have no shield, it only takes 1 or 2 shots to totally kill you. So just kind of get them to come in here. We'll get the back smacks on them, and we'll have a good shield situation right after this. So now we kind of have this area to ourselves. We killed the 2 elites over here and 2 of the 3 grunts. I think the 3rd grunt actually went to the other side of the room up ahead here, so we'll shoot him as we find him. But this guy, I like to cloak myself, and I'm just trying to show you how the elites, when they berserk, and they're heretic elites, they draw a sword, but they actually don't draw anything, so they're easy to kill because they have no weapon and they just stand there. We have the grunt over there on the opposite side of the room, like I thought. But like I mentioned, I don't like to stick this guy typically. I'm just trying to get one of these elites to draw their not sword out so I could show you that I'm not going crazy. It's a real thing, but these elites are not having it. They're taking these sticks like champs, and they're just not going. They're not going berserk. They're not having it this time around. So typically, I would take out that elite by cloaking myself and then overcharge plasma pistoling him and finishing him with the carbine headshot. But of course, I'm still trying to make an example out of this elite, and now I can't even stick this guy. I'm going to throw a couple nades and totally miss. The first couple nades I hit with, it didn't matter. Now I can't even stick him. So I'm just tired of this guy. I'm just going to melee him and kill him. But one thing you may have noticed is the fact that I have not moved towards the other end of the room yet. You want to avoid doing that until you take out all the enemies that are already in here. Because once you move past that first conveyor belt, you will spawn in more enemies. So we don't want that until we have cleared all the enemies out that are initially here. But once you take out enough enemies, you'll get a reinforcement grunt and elite. I like to focus on the grunt and again sacrifice him, pour him for the good of the cause, which is my shield, and we'll be able to get a little bit of shield back. And you could actually kill the elite as well, because by the time you kill the elite and they may possibly turn on you, there's no more friendlies to turn on you. So you could actually corner the elite and take him out as well if you would like, which I may do in the future. So there's one more elite that's alive, and he's on top of the structure on the right over here. So you can see him right over there. I'm trying to noob combo him from afar. Sometimes he moves out of the way, sometimes he cooperates. So we were able to nail him there. There's more carbine ammo up here, plenty of carbine ammo, and there's more grunts as well that spawn in. So we'll take these guys out. Got him right through the crack there. That was a nice shot if I do say so myself. There's going to be 2 more grunts that spawn in. So we took out those 2. Now we're going to cross the barrier, cross the first conveyor belt, which will spawn in more enemies. There's going to be 4 grunts that come out of the door, the central door on the opposite side, and then there's going to be 2 elites that come out of the door on the left. So I'm going to grab dual plasma pistols, and I'm going to overcharge both of them and look at that door on the left, and I'm going to discharge the plasma pistols once I get to the middle of the 2 conveyor belts. Once I get in between the 2 conveyor belts, I'll discharge both of them, but in a staggered fashion. So I will kind of hedge my bets and more likely hit at least one of them rather than totally missing both because I fired them at the same time. But you can see those elites are scripted to walk out of the doorway, so we hit that one and finish them with a headshot with the carbine, and then the other one sometimes, most of the time I would say, actually comes at you and you could just smack them to death. But this time you kind of backed up towards those grunts. But you have a decent amount of cover over there by those elites, so you're able to cloak yourself and then run back over here safely, which is what I did. So you're either going to kill just the one elite like I did here, and then you could cloak yourself and come back, or you could actually take out both elites and then cloak yourself and come back here and take out the remaining enemies from over here. So we killed the 4 grunts with headshots easily from up here, and now we have the 1 remaining elite because we didn't take out that second one. So I will go over here and try to make an example out of him. And finally, one of the elites, when I stick him, goes berserk, and you could see they draw their quote-unquote sword, but they actually don't have anything in their hand. So you could actually use them to easily get shield back in that fashion. So we're going to move over here. You can see there's a plasma pistol down here with full ammo. There's another one up here with full ammo, more carbine as well. So tons of plasma pistol like I promised. You could look all over the place. It's everywhere. But we're going to move down here now. There's going to be 2 elites to the right with carbines and 2 sleeping grunts to the left that will be woken up for sure. towards the left. So we're going to kind of wait here. Sometimes they're more aggressive and pop out and run up the ramp here. Sometimes they take some coaxing. So you can see I'm just kind of moving around up here, getting them to come out. I cloaked myself and kind of dipped down here to get them to move up, which they did. So we're going to kind of do the same thing where we pop up and then pop them with the plasma pistol and then pop up and pop them with the carbine to finish them off. So the quad pop, if you will. So that's what we'll do here. They're moving around a little bit. You want to get them so that they're kind of shooting at you. They get into a rhythm of just shooting at you continuously, so they don't really move. So that's what's happening here now. So just pop up, pop them with the plasma pistol, pop up, pop them with the carbine. The quad pop. So we are going to make our way down here now. We got 2 grunts on the left still, remember, and they have needlers. All the grunts are going to have needlers pretty much for the rest of this mission and a lot of the beginning of the mission. So move up here. He was charging my location, and I was going to lose some shield if I kind of didn't make him think twice about moving forward. So that's a good thing to do, is throw a plasma grenade on the ground if they're charging your location, because they are not too fast and they probably won't be able to make it out of the blast radius because they have those short legs and cannot make it out in time. But we're going to round the corner here. There's going to be 2 grunts coming out of that doorway on the opposite side. There's also going to be a carbine elite. But fortunately, we know how to deal with these guys at this point. A lot of the same thing going on here. There's going to be an elite and a couple of grunts every time we kind of go down one of these ramps and kind of spiral our way down into the facility here. So it's going to be a lot of rinsing and repeating here. So we'll try to do the quad pop here. He's running behind the pillar, though. So we're just going to poke our heads up and hopefully kill this grunt. Dodge any stray plasma nades that are thrown, obviously. And you can see there's another plasma pistol nearby that has full ammo. So it's right to my left. I don't know if you've seen it before, but it's right there. But this guy charged my location, which is fine. We could use the Sputnik skull to our advantage. Just smack him a couple times. More carbine ammo right there. More carbine from the elite itself that we just killed. I'll exchange for that fresh plasma pistol I was talking about. And this next elite is an interesting one. We're going to back up as far as we can. We're going to overcharge plasma pistol directly at him. And oftentimes, he'll be in the corner and then just move towards that pillar up ahead there. And you could see he's stuck in an animation. You can't really see him, but you could see his carbine is kind of moving back and forth in the same exact animation. And you could see his shield just popped right there. And for whatever reason, he just falls over and dies a lot of the time. Sometimes he doesn't do that. Sometimes he's able to get out of that animation. But the majority of the time, I would say, he gets stuck in that animation. If you do exactly what I did just there, which is kind of just back up as far as you can, plasma pistol him from as far away as possible, and then just watch him go into that column and don't really move too far forward, and he'll just kill himself for some reason. If he doesn't, just deal with him as you have been. Dealing with all the other elites, obviously. Not too big of a deal if he doesn't end up killing himself. But we'll turn down to the left now, and there's going to be a bunch of grunts down there. Again with needlers, of course. And we'll just clear those guys out as much as we can. Some of them like to retreat down to the left. At this point, you want to save your cloaking. You don't want to cloak and go down here because we want to kind of shoot these couple grunts down here, and then we want to retreat and cloak ourselves at that point because there's an elite that likes to pop out, and he could take down your shield pretty quickly, and if you're low on health, he could even kill you off. As I turned around and went back down that ramp, you could see that elite was looking right at us, and he was not there before. So save your cloak. That elite likes to chase you, so kind of shoot a grunt or two, cloak yourself, and run away, and then you could take out that elite and focus back on those grunts. At this point, I'm playing it safe. I don't have a shield, so I'm kind of just cloaking myself, poking my head out and shooting one of the grunts and then retreating, waiting for my cloak to recharge, and then doing the same thing again. You probably can't hear the audible alarm because the game volume is down pretty significantly, but you could tell from the kind of particle effects that are happening.
Juega. ¿Qué tengo? A ver.
You! Calm yourself!
Wow. Pensé que la podía hacer. Pero no. Ah, la cagué durísimo, güey. Ah. La
You,
verga
hold up.
este brother.
Frankly, me rather not.
It's in cover. Together.
Something wrong?
By the prophets. What's your aim, Arbiter?
Nice.
Gone.
Que cago que esos brothers no les... Ah, bueno, es que no los ven, ¿verdad? Sí, con razón. Vale, pendejo.
Come on. That has to be quick.
Numbskull? Loser.
Where are your puppets now?
¡Oh, la verga! Dios, güey. Hola, verga. ¿Que yo ocupo un grunt? Hola, sí, gracias. Oh. No, me lo voy a chingar. Bueno, no, ahorita que me hagan daño mejor.
Other way.
¡Oh, hijo de puta! Voy a haber un tercer gran. ¡Oh, la verdad! ¡No mames! ¡Qué puto, güey! No, yo no tengo. Ah, estos brothers ya no tienen. Ah, aquí. Where are you? ¿Dónde se fue este imbécil? Vale. Fuck. Estoy listo. Ascenso. Ah, ¿quién me dio? ¿Quién me dio? Esto pesadito, Ah. Ok. Ok, vamos a chingarnos a la grande ahí atrás. Porque ahorita sí no tengo, creo que... Sí lo voy a aprovechar, pues. Juega. What the fuck, ese pendejo? Perro. Joder. Aquí es donde es la...
Try to make too easy. There's a plan as well. Runs to the left, so you can see them and pop if you at you. Around up here, up the ramp here, to the left. So we're going to kind of wait here, sleeping there, but we're going to move down here now. There's going to be 2 elites to the right with carbines and 2 sleeping grunts to the left that will be woken up for sure towards the left. So we're going to kind of wait here. Sometimes they're more aggressive and pop out and run up the ramp here. Sometimes they take some coaxing. So you can see I'm just kind of moving around up here, getting them to come out. I cloaked myself and kind of dipped down here to get them to move up, which they did. So we're going to kind of do the same thing where we pop up and then...
Órale. ¡Oh, la verga! No mames. Se me dejaron caer, güey. Dios mío. Oh, no, verga. No mames. Este brother, ¿vieron? Qué pedo, maldita agresivo de mierda, güey. Qué pedo, ¿por qué son tan agresivos ahorita? Ah, supone que este brother es el... Ah, no es cierto, aquí es donde popea el brother otra vez. Ok, pues vete a la verga, man. ¡Ah! ¿Qué pedo? ¿Por qué pushean? Dios, güey. No mames. ¿Qué pedo? ¿Ahora esa mamada? Ah, no. Solo pasa en las películas. ¡Oh! Ay, pendejo, güey. Quería hacerme invisible, güey. Lanzó una puta. Ah, no mames. Aquí es donde aparece el otro brother, ¿no? Oh, ahí está. Oh, fuck off. No mames. Dime que lo hice a tiempo, güey. Pip. A la verga. Joder. Ah, se mete. Va. Seven Creed. ¡Ah! Oh, aquí esos pinches grunts de dónde, güey. Qué puto, güey. Ok. Oh, qué perro. Ok. Güey, vete a la verga. No mames. Ah, sí lo está haciendo. Ah, vete a la verga. Pero esta no tiene escudo, no tiene escudo. Rochelo. Ta. Sí se murió, no sé. Me parecía ahí un counter, pero no sé si se murió liberando todo ese güey. Ah, vete a la... Wow. Bueno. What? Ah, fuck. Fuck me, fuck me. Ah. A tu madre, güey. Dios. ¡Ay, dale! ¡Oh! ¡Oh! ¡Mi, güey! ¡No! Pendejo, güey, por andarme quejando a lo imbécil, güey. Ay, Daniel, no puede
We
ser,
are the arm of
güey.
the prophets, Armitage, and you are the blade.
Fuck.
Be silent and swift, and we shall quell this heresy without incident. The storm has masked our approach, and the local battle net is disarray. We have the element of surprise. For now.
Hey, it's me! I am prepared. Fool! What are you doing?
Alright, okay. No, brother. Fuck. Oh. Grande, güey.
Defend us.
Okay.
Arbiter, clear the hangar and open its door so I may drop the second lance.
Se me pasó uno, no mames. Y qué puto, güey. Por... Ah. Chinga. ¡Ey! Ah, es que tengo que montar el tercero, ¿eh? Se voy a por allá. Chinga. Fuck. Ah. Caga la verga. What? Huh. Me imagino que se hizo lo mismo que el otro güey, ¿no? De que una animación que lo mata. No, bueno. Cajas. Boxes.
Find the controls to the hangar doors, Arbiter.
Ujú. Bueno, aquí ya llegamos sin pedos, ¿no? Ya vi cómo es, ¿no? Puedo ver a través de la dirección.
The hangar doors, Arbiter. Open them, and I will land your reinforcements.
¡Uy! Juega. What? Ah, no, 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 ¿qué estoy haciendo acá? Fuck me, güey. Está la verga. Oh, fuck, güey, no mames. Ba-da-ba-ba. 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 El último ya no respeta ese pedo. Bueno. Bueno.
Find the controls to the hangar doors, Arbiter.
Ah, ese ya nada más era con... Bueno.
The hangar doors, Arbiter. Open them, and I will land your reinforcements.
Right. Oh. Me sirve. Well. Oh. Claro.
Hold position. I am making my approach.
Aha! Oho. Vente, güey. O déjame, ¿qué te mató, güey? Dame tu escudo. Ah, no, se van a subir. Fuck. No, pinche grande, güey. Fuck me, güey. Ok. No hay pedo. Alright. Vamos full escudo. Wow. Ah, vete a la verga, había otro. No lo vi. What the fuck, ¿cómo me hicieron? ¡Chingada madre! ¡Wow! ¡Qué pedo! Pues yo no les puedo dar estos moscos, güey. Qué increíble, güey. Qué puto increíble, güey. Bueno, güey, estos pues... Estos güeyes ven mi puta alma, güey. ¿Qué pedo? Fuck me, güey. ¿Por qué están siendo tan assholes, güey? Normalmente ya simplemente se quedan parados y se mueren, güey. Ahorita neta fue de que me esquivaban todo, güey. Hijos de su puta madre.
Save yourselves.
Hola, verga. Perro. ¿Se tiene otro grunt o ya no? Sí, no. Un grunt y un full escudo. Pendejo. Oye. No mames.
Back off!
No va a venir. Fuck. Ah, y me va a meter. Qué increíble, güey. Ah, ya lo tengo. Brother. Vete a la verga. Fuck. Okay. Ah, esos güeyes pues. Sí las mames.
Prophets no like, me no like. Gutless.
Got this.
That right. Coward, coward.
Nice. Ok, viene. Oh, Dios. Okay. ¿Y el otro brother? What? No se me va a rushar el brother. Cool. No mames. Brother, ¿qué pedo? ¿Por qué rushea tanto este puto, güey? Hijo de la verga. Oh, hay otro. No mames. Ah. Fuck me, güey. Chinga. Ay, no mames. Qué pedo. Mejor los. Sí, güey, es que tengo que mamar a los grunts primero, pero ese pendejo, o sea, me lee la puta mente y sube cuando yo bajo, güey. ¡Ah! La verga. Wow. Dejen de disparar un rato, pendejos, dejen de escuchar. A ver. ¿Cómo son putos los grunts? Me cagan. Fuck. Ok. Wow. Se vino a rushear un pinche grande, qué mamada. Wow. Es lenta pero segura, ¿no? Wow. Me comí un chingo de esas madres, güey. Perro. ¿Aquí qué era? Ah, la espada, la espada. Ok. Ok, no le di a la pinche puerta, ¿va? ¡Ah! ¿Vieron cómo rebotó esa pinche aguja, güey? Vete a la verga. Ah. Dios, güey. Ah, no le di, vete a la verga. Oh. Según yo me puedo mamar durante. Va. No mames, pendejo. Fuck. Me la quería dar de grande, pero no se puede aquí, güey. Oh, nice. Ah, not fucking nice. Se mamaron ese pinche. Ah. Wow. No, ¿se fue? ¿Qué puto? No. No, me hicieron mierda. No, qué hijo de puta, güey. Pensé que se quedaría ahí ese perro, güey. Dije, no, pues lo mato de escudo y me mato el otro. Pero no es así, güey. Fuck. A ver. Between the cracks. Oh, damn. Nice. Ok, ¿cuándo tengo que ir por la espada? ¿Es después de esto?
Go towards the right and land your headshots totally unseen by the enemy. So it's a great way to quickly get behind cover. You could crouch faster than you could kind of move left or right to get behind something, and then way less of you is exposed when it's just your head poking up over the barricade. And then there's going to be the corner here, even to the left of this crate. Here it is. Check it out. But this door right here is the one we need to go through. This is where sometimes an elite will jump down and be in this little hallway here that is acting as an exit. So just kind of make sure you check that before you round the corner quickly and end up dying from his carbine. But we're going to go in here and we'll try to quickly noob combo one of the two elites that is inevitably going to be walking towards us. And then that doorway on the right all the way at the end opens up and there's 3 grunts, so you could hopefully get a triple kill right there with 3 quick carbine kills. But it wasn't as smooth as planned here. But don't feel like you have to stay in this room. You could actually just back up and kind of gather yourself again. You could cloak yourself and come back in. Don't feel like you have to stay in here amongst all of the chaos. But it looks like everybody's dead, and I'm not exactly sure how that happened. I was a little surprised when I came back in here and found that the 2 elites were dead along with the 3 grunts. But we'll take it. So we'll grab as much carbine ammo as we can from them. We should have full carbine and nearly full plasma pistol. And we'll go up to one of these doors, either the right or the left. It doesn't matter. I'm going to double back and go back to the room that I came from and look to the left or the right. The door that opens up is totally random, and we'll just kind of back up and kind of figure out which door they're coming from. And then there's going to be 3 grunts and 2 elites that come out of that door, whichever one it is. So they're coming out of the right side this time around, so we'll just wait for the 3 grunts to mosey on down the ramp, and we'll headshot them. And now I'm going to double back to that sword that I was talking about earlier, so I'm going to speed this part up. We're back at the sword here. Pick it up so we have our full carbine and the full sword going into the next section, and more importantly, the next mission, because the weapons that you end this mission with, those are actually going to carry over into the next mission. Once we get back in here, we want to cloak ourselves so we could walk through that room and then out that door that there was grunts and 2 elites came out of. We could grab the Banshee. I like to fly down into the storm, like the eye of the storm right there, and then fly up towards the structure, usually by flying down a little bit and then flying up towards the structure where we need to actually end up. I avoid this plasma that's flying at me right now, but I actually received a healthy dose of it, unfortunately, in this run-through. But usually I avoid that by taking the path that I was initially on. But either way, we're going to avoid that fire, and then we're going to fly up here to the right side of this.
Ok, entonces nada más es clearear este cuarto. Perrito. Vale. Entonces este brother.
Deal with him, my brothers. I will defend the Oracle.
Its truth must not be silenced.
Creo que eran 3 grunts, ¿no? Oh, what? Ay, me que sí me alcanza a ver. Ya no vienen
The
aquí.
heretics are mobilizing their air forces, officer. Get after their leader, but watch your back. I'm sending one of our bandits to support you.
Wow.
I'm sending one of our bandits to support you.
¿Y dónde tengo que ir?
Track the heretic leader to this part of the station. Clear that landing zone and get inside.
Wow. A ver, ¿pero qué tengo que hacer ahí ya después?
Structure. You basically fly to the structure on the right, and you want to go towards the right of the big glowing thing on that structure, and then land up here. And you want to ditch your Banshee, and we want to cloak as we go over the edge, and then we want to drop down here right in front of this door, cut into the door, and then that will trigger the cutscene, and that is the end of this mission. No post.
Ya veo. Ah, ok, ya, qué mamado. Ta 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 ta.
I'm sending one of our bandits to support you. Track the heretic leader to this part of the station. Clear that landing zone and get inside.
Ok. Está un poco sketchy, güey, pero creo que se puede hacer, güey. Sí. Al menos el inicio, güey, ese ya súper mamado. O sea, desde que ya pones las cajas, o sea, a ese punto ya 100% no hay pedo, güey. Ya después de ahí, es que ese es el chiste. O sea, ya después de ahí, verdaderamente es, no, pues ya clearé el juego, güey. O sea, ya hazlo. Lo ves que es lo que está hard, güey. Qué padre, qué padre, qué padre, qué padre. A ver, ¿y The Oracle? ¿Qué tengo que hacer? Oracle.
for the previous mission, and you actually carry over all the weapons that you had when you ended that mission. So whatever you ended the mission the Arbiter with, that's what you're going to start off with here. If you followed my previous guide, you probably have a full carbine along with an energy sword and probably full nades as well. But if you have a different set of weapons, don't worry about it. It's still totally doable with whatever weapons you happen to have. But we're going to start off by meleeing and killing this grunt. We want to do that so we get our shield up. Due to the Black Eye Skull, we could get up to a double overshield. So now we have a single overshield on top of our regular shield. So we're going to move into here now. We don't want to kill any additional enemies on top of that, or additional friendlies rather, because they might actually turn on us if we kill too many of them. But we're going to go in here and we're going to kill these flood forms on the ground. They're not alive right now, but there's going to be a bunch of infection forms, those little popcorn flood that run around this room shortly. And if those guys are still hanging around, they actually reanimate and will start attacking you. So you want to make sure that you slice them with your sword so you totally destroy their bodies. If you don't have a sword in the beginning of this mission, you will get one in this room. There's one lying on the ground, so feel free to pick that up and slice these guys. And you can see that I just picked up a couple of carbines. There's 2 in this room on the ground. They don't have much ammo, but if you didn't bring a full carbine from the previous mission, you'll want to grab that, and then we're just going to sit around here, and there's some dialogue occurring, and we just kind of have to play the waiting game at this point. There's going to be those popcorn flood that flood this room, no pun intended, that I mentioned earlier, so we're just kind of waiting around. We don't really have to pay too much attention to those flood either. They're just going to run around, and our friendly AI here are basically going to take out all of them for us. So we can kind of just hang back, wait for them to do their work here. You could chip in if you want. Another thing you could do while you're waiting is possibly try to melee some of these infection forms. It's kind of tough. It's a lot easier to do in Halo 1, in Halo CE, so you could get your shield up. But it's a little tough in Halo 2, so you might want to just sit back and just allow your friendlies to take everybody out so you don't risk having those infection forms actually jump onto you and lose some of your shield. You lose a lot more shield in Halo 2 from infection forms than you do in Halo 1 as well. So dealing with Halo 2 infection forms is just all around worse, it seems. But I would recommend just hanging out. You should be fine with your single overshield because we're actually not going to engage in that much combat in this mission, especially in the beginning here. We're going to avoid a lot of it. So we should be reaching the end of this encounter. After a while, the door will open up behind us and we'll be able to move into the next section, which contains the dreaded elevator section, but we could skip pretty much that whole section. And here we go. The door is opening up. We're going to go into the elevator section and we're going to cloak ourselves at this door, run out onto the platform, the elevator itself, and then we're going to run back into the room we just came from. And you could melee one of those canisters to get some shield. I recommend not actually doing that because when you do that, you reveal yourself. I should not have done that there. But we're going to just run back to this room after we go onto the elevator. You'll notice when you walk out onto the elevator, there's a bunch of sound effects that occur, kind of indicating that the elevator is activating. So once you hear those, you want to run back to this room and just wait for about 2 minutes. So my time says 2:35 right now. I'll round up to 5 minutes. So I'm going to skip ahead to 5 minutes. And then at that point, since we've waited 2 minutes, the elevator is ready to drop. So once we go onto the elevator again, it will just start dropping at that point. So again, we're going to go over here. We're going to cloak ourselves, and then we're going to run out onto the elevator, and it will start dropping this time. And instead of descending with the elevator, we're going to jump back onto the platform, and the elevator will continue to drop in a scripted timed segment, so we could just stay up here for the time being and not have to worry about fighting all of those flood and sentinels that come and swarm the whole elevator. And sometimes a flood form or two will be on that platform with you and follow you back in here. If that happens, just go behind that white elite with the sword, Halfjaw, and we will be able to get him to help us out, and he'll do some slicing and dicing of his own and make that whole encounter a lot easier. But now we're back in the elevator shaft. You can see the structure on the right side is moving around. It starts off behind the center column, the center black column in the middle of the elevator shaft. It starts off behind that and then rotates to the right. You can see it's moving around now. It's going to drop down and then rotate back to the left, so it'll be behind the black column again. And then it will continue to drop, and the structure will rotate back to the right a second time. And at that point, we'll want to monitor it closely, because once it starts dropping again, that's the point where we're going to jump down on top of it, actually, and then descend down to the bottom of the elevator shaft here. So we're looking at it. It's dropping again. This is the first time that that structure is on the right side. So you're going to see it rotate back towards the left, so it's behind the center column again, like I described. And it's going to get down there. Don't make me a liar now. It's going. There we go. Rotating back to the left. So that's the first time it was out to the right. Now it's going back to the left. Once it rotates back to the right a second time, that's when we want to start monitoring it. So I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit. We can see it's rotating back over to the right. So this is the second time it's over on the right side here. Now we want to stare at this thing because once we see that it's dropping, you could actually back up a little bit if you're getting shot at and just listen because it'll actually make a sound when it starts dropping. So I'm going to skip ahead, and then once it starts dropping, whether by sight or sound, you could start moving over here and jump down onto the top. You could cloak yourself about here and then drop down to the side, and then we could drop down here onto this frame and then drop down onto the platform down below here. And then we're going to jump on top of the door frame here, and there's going to be 2 flood forms that come out here. Sometimes they are shy and don't come all the way out. Sometimes they do come all the way out and make it a lot easier. What we're going to do here is just throw a plasma grenade down on the ground. You should have 4 because we haven't really used any at this point. So we're going to throw it down, not to stick them, but to kind of put it between ourselves and them. So when it explodes, hopefully it will actually send them over the edge, and then we don't have to deal with them at all. So that worked for one of them. The second one ran away, and I think he knows what's coming, so he is not putting himself in a position where he could get thrown off as well. So we're going to have to jump down and fight him shortly if he doesn't come back out. Just going to wait a little while longer. You could decide to wait, however long you want to. There's no real rush. The elevator is still descending, so obviously if you wait, a few minutes, the elevator will come down with a bunch of enemies. So don't wait that long. But we could jump down here now, and I'm just going to take this guy out. I have a carbine and sword, so we're going to carbine this guy to take his shield down and also make him visible so we can lock onto him with the sword. And then we'll switch to our sword and slice right through him. A nice clean cut, and now we're actually going to hang out by this door that we came from. We're going to wait for the elevator to get all the way down to the ground, or not the ground, but where we are, the level we're at, because we'll be able to actually come back here shortly. So I'm going to skip ahead. I'm just going to stand by this door and wait for the elevator to get all the way to the ground before we go to the next section here. So you can see I skipped ahead there like 40 seconds or so, 40, 50 seconds. Now that it's on our level, we're going to go to the next section. There's more carbine ammo at the end of this hallway, so you can grab that as you go if you need it. And then we're going to go on a specific path here. So we're going to take a right as soon as we get in here, hug the right side as much as you can so you don't draw any unwanted attention. And then we're going to go to the final pane of glass on the left, bust through this, grab more carbine ammo if you want to, but you need to go down here, jump up onto this kind of part of the column where you could stand, and then jump up again. You'll have to do a crouch jump there. And then we're going to go back the way we came and go back to that elevator shaft and wait there for about 10-12 minutes. And the whole series of enemies will spawn into that room even though we're not there. And the door that's locked and leads to the next section of this mission, that actually unlocks after 12 minutes, even though we're not even in that room and fighting anybody in there. So we're just going to go back into this elevator shaft here and just hang out. But before I just stand here idly for 12 minutes or so, I'm going to grab a sentinel beam. Usually there's a sentinel beam or 2 on the ground here. And I'm just going to smack and melee 3 of these canisters. They do contain an infection form each, but I'm going to get my shield up to a double overshield by meleeing 3 of them. And just make sure you quickly dispose of the infection form, ideally with a sentinel beam. That's a good weapon to take those guys out with. And then I could switch back to my carbine once I take out 3 of them. So we're going to do that now. And then I'm going to go up on top of this structure and just wait here. You don't have to wait in a specific spot. I just chose this area because it seems like a good spot. But we're at about 12 minutes, so I'll skip ahead to 24 minutes. And at that point, we can move into the next section, and we will find the door to the next section is wide open, and we didn't have to fight anybody or risk dying or do anything crazy. Just had to sit there for a nice 12 minutes of relaxation, meditation, whatever you want to do. Watch Netflix, eat a sandwich, go to the bathroom, maybe all 3. But you want to slow down once you get to this door. Sometimes there's an elite or a flood form up top here with you, and they're going to be facing away from you. You just want to give them the opportunity to jump down into the middle of the room and not risk having them turn around to fight you. Cloak yourself here and then fall down to the floor below, and as promised, this door is wide open. Go into the corner here and then go all the way to the back of this room, and you can just hang out here. Sometimes the doors close right away, sometimes it takes a while. It depends on if there's any enemies nearby near that door, causing the proximity sensors on those doors to go off and open the door up. But just hang out here and eventually they'll kind of move around and away from the door, and the doors will close and you'll be able to move on to the next section. So I skipped ahead about 20 seconds there. The enemies were pretty quick to move away from the door this time around. Sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it might be faster. It just is totally random. But you can see we're going to turn around and face the door that we had our back up against, and this door is going to open up now, and there's going to be some flood outside, some infection forms, plus a couple carrier forms, and also in the distance there's some enemy grunts as well. But we also have some friendly forces out there as well who you could help out, or you could just allow them to do all the heavy lifting here, which is pretty much what I'm going to do. You could decide to try to melee these infection forms, but you should really have a full double overshield at this point, or close to it, So you might as well just kill these guys and run with the almost full double overshield that you have probably. Sometimes the grunts over here survive, so you may have to pick off a couple with your carbine, but no big deal there. Pretty easy with the carbine. Just keep your distance and shoot them from far away. We didn't have to do that this time. They were taken out by either my friendlies or the flood or a combination of the two, but we're going to jump up on this structure and get above where we're supposed to be. We want to slide up this support structure type thing in front of us here. You can see there's not a lot of room to get a running start. You basically want to take a step or maybe a half step and then jump right before you collide with that structure, and you want to crouch and you'll slide up to the top. And it's a little tough. You probably have to practice a little bit, but you have all the time in the world. There's no rush or anything here, and you only have to do it once. So once you get it, you're done. And then once we do get up here, we want to do a series of jumps to stay up here while we move through the mission and thereby deload a bunch of enemies. If we walked through this area normally, it would spawn in a bunch of enemies, but we're avoiding that by kind of going over the load zone. So once you climb to the top of this structure, you want to look to the next structure, and you want to jump basically to the ledge above the support structure, the support beam, because you can see when we land, the ledge mostly breaks our fall, but we do slide off a little bit. If we do slide off, which we probably will, that support beam will break our fall and keep us up on top there. So we got one more of these jumps left, and then we're going to jump out as far as we can. There's not another structure that we could jump out onto, but we want to make sure we jump out as far as we can. We don't want to go straight down because we don't want to hit that load zone right at the end here and then have to deal with all the enemies behind us. So now we're going to make our way up this ramp, and once we get to the top, we want to zoom in and check on the other side, because sometimes there's a grunt that you could see and you could pick them off with your carbine real quick, but I don't see them, so we're going to go up here and do the same thing. This slide jump is a little easier than the first one because there's no support beam behind us this time, so we could get a little bit more of a running start. And then once we do get up here, it's basically the same thing as the previous section. You do want to keep checking in on that grunt though. If you didn't kill him already, you want to just keep checking to see if you could see him. Sometimes he's not even there, but you want to get the jump on him, obviously, instead of him getting the jump on you. I could see him in the distance. I can't really get a good shot on him, though, so I'm going to just keep going, see if I can get a good angle on him over here. Let's see. I could probably get him. Yeah, he's coming into view. I can't shoot him, though, so we're just going to close the gap on him before he could kill me with all those needles. I kind of just jumped over there, so he couldn't really get a good shooting angle on me. And then my friendly forces came up behind me as well to distract him, and then I could just beat the crap out of him. But one thing I should mention is sometimes there's two enemy grunts as well, so you want to be on the lookout for another grunt if you only killed one. But it looks like there's only one this time around, and there could be zero, so just keep an eye out. And also, right now, I'm looking for my friendly grunts to kind of melee so I could get some shield back, but I don't see any. They apparently died, so we're just going to go into this fight with whatever shield we have left. What we want to do here is kind of keep our distance from all the enemies. There's sentinels and there's also flood. You want to try to get the sentinels taken out pretty quickly from afar with your carbine, and then for the flood, you kind of want to steer clear of them and kind of just shoot them with your carbine from far away. That will get them to have their overshield, or not their overshield, their active camouflage overloaded, and then they will become visible to your friendlies, and your friendlies will actually start chipping in and fighting these guys because they don't initially, since they can't see them. But just try to keep your friendly elites in between you and the flood, so that way the flood will attack your elite friends instead of you, and they will do some good damage to the flood as well while you're chipping in from behind them. So you can take them out easily with some headshots, quote unquote. The headshot location is kind of in the chest of the flood. And if they get close up, you want to sword them. One thing you want to note, though, is you don't want to try to sword them if they're right next to an elite. Friendly elites could actually one-hit melee kill you, so try not to get wrapped up in that. Once that room is clear, you're going to get a cutscene, and then you're going to come out of it. You want to turn to the right and then jump up on this structure, and we're going to wrap up around to the left, basically, and try to cut these corners, do these jumps so you can kind of shorten the amount of time it takes to get to the top here. You'll probably want to cloak here because there's 3 sentinels that come down the shaft there, and sometimes they notice you, sometimes they don't. This time, one of them decided to linger up here, so we'll just take him out real quick, and the others should go down towards the bottom and fight some flood. But we want to activate this lift from behind, so the elevator actually goes up, and then we'll get under it and activate it again. That will bring it back down, and by doing that, we're going to get crushed underneath the lift here. But don't worry, you don't have to be standing in a specific spot or anything like that. Just wait for it to come back down.
Wow.
It will send you up into the shaft. It'll launch you up here, and then you'll drop down, and you are now invincible for the rest of the mission. Don't turn off the video yet. There's still some important things we got to talk about, mainly how you're going to get out of here. There's a specific way to get out of here without the elevator, because remember, that elevator is now all the way down to the bottom of the shaft. So we're going to cut these cables as we would normally. You can take all the damage you want, but be aware that you could still fall into a hole and die. So we don't want that. So make sure you're kind of killing enemies as they swarm you so they don't melee you off a cliff or something. Ideally, you want to kill them before they swarm you. But we've taken out 2 of the 3 cables now. So you can see I took some smacks from behind. So I'm just going to smack this guy. Or maybe I'm not. He's just going to fall off and get sentinel beams. That's fine with me. But we're going to go over here now. This is the 3rd and final cable. and we're going to slice through this, and then you want to follow these steps pretty specifically. They're very easy. Once you cut that third and final cable, you want to calmly but quickly walk to the center of this area. So we're back at the elevator shaft. So we're going to walk right up to the edge of it, and then we're going to count 1, 1,000, 2, 2,000, 3, 3,000, and then fall down. So you want to do that timing because in the middle of your descent here, it's going to activate the load zone, and then you'll be able to fall down here without dying. So you want to fall down the elevator shaft with that timing in mind, because if you wait too long, you'll actually get stuck up there. But once you do get down here, the gravity is going to be all sorts of weird, so try not to jump. You could if you need to, but you'll notice that there's all kinds of weird gravity effects because of the glitch we just pulled off. So this next sequence will have weird gravity effects, but once we get into Banshee, things will return to normal. But like I mentioned, you could still fall into a hole, so don't do that. There's a big hole to my right now, so stick to the left. Try not to get smacked into a hole or anything like that. And if you do find yourself kind of floating around and you need to get down to the ground, just crouch rapidly, and that actually speeds up your descent back down to the ground. We'll get into a Banshee at this point. We'll turn to the left and just fly to this structure, and we'll be able to get out. There's going to be a cutscene. We'll skip that. It's kind of an homage to the Maw, it seems, where the Master Chief crashed into the Pillar of Autumn. The Arbiter crashes into this installation here. But this point is basically the Arbiter in reverse, so you'll recognize this map because it's basically the campaign mission we played before this one, but we're basically just running backwards, and we're invincible because we pulled off that glitch. So the gravity is normal now, but we're still invincible. So I'm going to skip ahead, really just run to the end, run up the ramps. If you get lost, just get to the area where you're going up ramps and just continue to go up the ramps. You want to go up, up, up until you get into the hangar. So I skipped ahead about 45 seconds, maybe a minute there. We're at the final ramp here leading up to the hangar. We're going to skip the cutscene, and then there's going to be 3 heretics, quote unquote. There's actually 1 heretic leader, that's the true heretic leader, and then there's 2 holograms as well fighting you. So you want to find the true one, which is on top of the Seraph to start here at least. But once you pop his shield and actually deliver some damage to him, he will fly away. He's scripted to fly away and then deliver some dialogue. So you won't be able to kill him all at once. You have to damage him 4 times before he falls over and dies. But you can see there's 4 holes in the upper part of the walls here. There's 2 on each side, and he will randomly be in one of those kind of talking and running his mouth, and then he'll fly out once he's done, and you could start damaging him again. So we'll kill him or start damaging him a second time, and then he'll fly away. You could be as bad as you want. You could miss sticks, you could miss shots, you could miss melees, as you can see I'm doing right now. But we're invincible here, so it's pretty much inevitable how this is going to end. Just don't walk to the end of those deactivated conveyor belts, because there's some holes over there. Don't fall into those. And I'm going to skip ahead one final time. You saw me damage him twice, and I skipped over the 3rd time. This is the 4th and final time I need to do damage to him to finish the mission. You can see he's running right at me, super aggressive, looking for that 1v1 battle. Not a great challenge. You never want to run directly at your opponent, especially if he's invincible. But we took him out. That'll trigger the cutscene. That'll end the mission. And we'll be back as Master Chief in the next mission, Delta Halo. Join me for that one. A quick and easy.
Ok, esta está... ¿Qué pedo, güey? Está muy loco lo que pasa aquí. Adiós. Ah, pero ni siquiera están viendo. Ja. Muy loco, muy loco. Lo que pasa aquí, güey.
What happened here?
Me a bad feeling about this. You always have bad feeling. Bad feeling about morning food.
Close your jaws, or I shall line them shut.
See, heretic!
Hold your fire! Hold your fire! I wondered who the prophets would send to silence me. An arbiter. I'm flattered.
He's using a holodrome. He must be close. Come out so we may kill you.
Get in line.
Leader, stand firm. The flood.
Loaded! Leave, brother!
No, see him!
Hands upon you! Danger is nigh!
son estos güeyes?
What have they done?
Go, officer. I'll follow when our reinforcements arrive.
Me acordé mucho, hijo de puta. No mames. Vete a la verga, güey. Qué asco, güey, mi propio teammate. Ah, bueno, pero aquí supongo que quiero... Tarará, tarará, para,
Go, officer. I'll follow when our reinforcements arrive.
¿Qué onda, brother? Quedo como 2 minutos. Es a los 4:30 salgo. Déjame, güey. Adiós. No mames, ¿qué pedo? ¿Por qué ese brother lo va a reiniciar? Qué mamada, güey.
Go, officer. I'll follow when our reinforcements arrive.
What the fuck? Muérete. Qué pedo. Estaba rompiendo el juego esa mamada, güey. A la verga. No, pero no es hora. ¿Qué pedo? Juega. A ver. Te va a explotar esta madre, pero no se preocupen, güey. Ay, me imagino que se tienen que resetear, güey, pero... Pensé que iba a estar mejor, güey. Se supone que aquí, en cuanto comienza a bajar, salto. a la verga. Ya no tengo nada. Ah, no, no sirve. Tengo que esperar a que llegue esta mamada aquí. Ok, ahora se supone que vengo acá. Acá. Aquí, me bajo. Simón. Huevos. Ahí vengo. Este debe agarrar una... Pero pues por el chosto, por el resto. Bueno. Ahora tenemos full escudo y nos esperamos hasta el minuto 22. ¡Qué padre! Bloque. Vamos a ver otra vez lo del elevador.
And there's also flood. You want to try to get the sentinels taken out pretty quickly. We'll actually start. Don't want to try to sword them if they're right next to the amount of time it takes to get to the top here, and then we'll get under it and activate it again. That will bring it back down, and by doing that, we're going to get crushed underneath the lift here. But don't worry, you don't have to be standing in a specific spot or anything like that. Just wait for it to come back down. It will send you up into the shaft. It'll launch you up here, and then you'll drop down. And you are now invincible for the rest of the mission. Don't turn off the video yet. There's still some important things we got to talk about, mainly how you're going to get out of here. There's a specific way to get out of here without the elevator, because remember, that elevator is now all the way down at the bottom of the shaft. So we're going to cut these cables as we would normally. You can take all the damage you want, but be aware that you could still fall into a hole and die. So we don't want that thing. Ideally, you want to kill them before they... So I'm just going to smack this guy. Now this is the third and final cable, and we're going to slice through this, and then you want to follow these steps pretty specifically. They're very easy. Once you cut that third and final cable, you want to calmly but quickly walk to the center of this area. So we're back at the elevator shaft. So we're going to walk right up to the edge of it, and then we're going to count 1, 1,000, 2, 2,000, 3, 3,000, and then fall down. So you want to do that timing, because in the middle of your descent here, it's going to activate the load zone, and then you'll be able to fall down here without dying. So you want to fall down the elevator shaft with that timing in mind, because if you wait too long, you'll actually get stuck up there. But once you do get down here, the gravity is going to be all sorts of weird, so try not to jump. You could if you need to, but you'll notice that there's all kinds of weird gravity effects because of the glitch we just pulled off. So this next sequence will have weird gravity effects, but once we get in the Banshee, things will return to normal. But like I mentioned, you could still fall into a hole, so don't do that. There's a big hole to my right now, so stick to the left, try not to get smacked into.
Bueno, pues en los 12 minutos, güey. Déjenme ver, güey. Ahí vengo. ¿Quién es ese brother y por qué es mi rival, man? ¿Y por qué tiene 0? Cinco minutos. Está muy oscuro, ¿no? The blackest black. Ah, 3 minutos. Dos minutos. Bueno, a ver qué pasó. Uy, sentí que algo recorrió mi brazo. La verga. Un minuto. Padre. Pararán, parararán, parararán, parararán. Bueno, ya es un minuto en lo que llego ya, ¿no? Bueno, ¿por qué tanto pendejo aquí, güey? Vete a la verga. No mames, ¿por qué tanto imbécil? What the fuck? En el video del brother está vacío, güey. O sea, no solo había imbéciles arriba conmigo, güey, sino que había un montón de pendejos ahí campeando en la pinche entrada. No, güey, 12 minutos. Me imagino que se guarda cuando se abre la puerta. Porfa. Supongo que entonces me tenía que guardar el camo, ¿no? O sea, matar a los que están arriba conmigo. Que probablemente son pocos, ¿no? Y... Ah, mira, imagino que ya está abierta, güey. Imagino que este checkpoint es eso, güey, de que ya está abierta la pinche puerta. Y aquí uso el camo. A ver. Parará.
storm is about to hit. We cannot maintain our position. Bring the Phantoms close to the mine. We are not leaving until the leader of these heretics. Robert, the flood has spread throughout the state. We don't have enough troops to manage such a large infestation. Find the leader of these heretics. Kill him now!
Ah, lo bueno es que puedo aimear, güey.
When will you turn on your new master, little fighter? Return, so I may kill you.
Ok, ya aquí. Ah, vete a la verga. Joder. Ah, ya estaba ahí arriba. Ok, estamos pues del lado entonces. No sé si voy de acá de esquina a esquina. Ah. Pendejo. Ah.
Any who can fight, join your cause.
Fuck me, güey.
I've been shot.
¿Qué pedo te fuiste?
Beg on your knees.
Simón, es que tenía que comer. Bueno, pedir la comida. La cagué. Ah, qué buen checkpoint. Va. Muy bien. Oh, muy bien. Fuck. Ah, que la verga. Ahí está. No mames. Ah, fuck. ok. Juega. Esquipeado. Según este brother. ¿Qué pedo? Y no llegué. No sé si llegué. No. Ah, pendejo. Bueno, ya. ¿Cómo que me la puedo dar aquí? Ok, está safe caerse aquí entonces. No pasa nada si me caigo aquí. Bueno, en este pilar. No mames. Ah, pero es que... No, verdaderamente a veces hay ganancia, a veces no. Va.
There, the heretic leader.
Ah, bueno, aquí se supone que nos vamos de esto. Solo resolver este cabrón. ¿O no? What the fuck? Wow. ¿Qué tiene que pasar aquí? No tengo balas. No tengo balas. ¡A la verga, pendejo! No mames. Fuck off. Pero... A ver... En el video de este brother...
cables as we would normally, because they don't initially, since they can't see them
Los
with your carbine
elites
from
maman
far
a todos,
to kind of
güey.
melee so I could get some shield back,
Bueno, igual
but
tenía
I don't
dos
see
ese,
any.
güey.
They apparently died, so we're just going to go into this fight with whatever shield we have left. What we want to do here is kind of keep our distance from all the enemies. There's sentinels and there's also flood. You want to try to get the sentinels taken out pretty quickly from afar with your carbine, and then for the flood you kind of want to steer clear of them and kind of just shoot them with your carbine from far away. That will get them to have their overshield, or not their overshield, their active camouflage overloaded, and then they will become visible to your friendlies, and your friendlies will actually start chipping in and fighting these guys because they don't initially, since they can't see them. But just try to keep your friendly elites in between you and the flood, so that way the flood will attack your elite friends instead of you, and they will do some good damage to the flood as well while you're chipping in from behind them. So you can take them out easily with some headshots, quote unquote. The headshot location is kind of in the chest of the flood. And if they get close up, you want to sword them. One thing you want to note, though, is you don't want to try to sword them if they're right next to an elite. Friendly elites could actually one-hit melee kill you, so try not to get wrapped up in that. Once that room is clear, you're going to get a cutscene, and then you're going to come out of it. You want to turn to the right and then jump up on this structure, and we're going to wrap up around to the left, basically, and try to cut these corners, do these jumps so you can kind of short...
O sea, cuando clearé el cuarto hay cutscene. ¿No? Oye, güey, estás perfectamente consciente de que lo que quieres es que te llevará meses o incluso años en perfeccionar cada movimiento para no cometer ningún solo error. Simón. Por esto estaba ahorita viendo un glitch que está muy bueno. No, güey. ¿Por qué no tengo balas de carabina, güey? Según yo debería estar full, güey. ¿Y este brother? Ah, neta. Que se esconde. Ok. Tenías carabina tú. Y bótate a la verga. Cool. Cool. Ah, soy una verga. Ya por Dios es una caca meterle el cráneo de ciego y ni sabes qué pedo con tus escudos y contadores de munición.
Arbiter, where is he?
Detalles. Porque ahorita, güey,
Locks himself in sight. We'll never
me
break
voy a
through
hacer
this.
invencible.
We shall
Ah,
force
pero-
the cable. I'm going to cut it.
I'm going to cut it.
Get everyone back to the ships.
Return to the landing zone. The Arbiter will continue upward, cut this station loose, and scare the heretic from his hole.
May our lords guide your path. We shall not forget your sacrifice.
We shall not forget your sacrifice.
Keep your blade handy. I doubt the cable can withstand its bite.
Bótate, ¿qué pedo? No mames, me mató ese imbécil, ni siquiera me mató, explotó, güey. Ah, qué mamada, güey. Ah, qué estupidez es esa, güey. O sea, es que lo peor es que en esta misión ni siquiera... O sea, este es el único cuarto en el que peleas en serio, güey. Este es el único cuarto en el que verdaderamente peleas, güey. Y ya. Después de aquí ya no importa nada, güey. Qué buen checkpoint. No, gasté mi
May our lords guide your path.
camo.
We shall not forget your sacrifice.
Keep your blade handy. I doubt the cable can withstand its bite.
Oh. Uy, güey. ¿Qué se la cago? No hay pedo. ¿La cagué? Puede que la haya cagado. Ah, no, ahí viene. Topa esto. ¡Ah! Su puta madre. Y ya no me hacen daño, güey. Güey, pero no me tires, pendejo. Ah. Uy, güey, sí me pueden tirar. A ver, hermanos. A la verga, por Ok. Yo vi una carabina, güey. ¿Qué pedo? ¿O por qué no juegas así legal y ya dejas el cráneo de hierro haga su efecto? Y te vas a grabar muy bien las cosas. Dos, tres. Ok. No, 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 salté, no tenía que saltar, 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 no tenía que saltar. Ay, además justo salté en el lugar que está puto abierto. Ay, imbécil, no. No sé dónde era mi checkpoint. No sé si después del checkpoint. O sea, no sé si sigue siendo invencible si loadeo el checkpoint. A ver, ¿cómo funcionará?
The heretic leader is on the move.
No, no, no,
Do
no,
not
no,
let him escape. We'll stay with you as long as we can.
Ah, no, ya estoy aquí, ok. Ya soy invencible, güey. Va. No sonaba invencible, pero no me morí. Salte. Para, pa, ta, ta.
The heretic leader is on the move. Do not let him escape. We'll stay with you as long as we can.
No mames, ¿y cómo me salgo de aquí sin puta saltar? Ok, la gravedad verdaderamente se para mierda. Me voy.
Alive for the throne! The truth and the covenant!
No mames. A ver. ¿Dónde está la vereda?
The oracle must be saved! We're keeping pace.
¿Qué tengo que hacer?
Best we can. They'll never escape this mountain from an abandoned.
Ya no me acuerdo qué tengo que hacer aquí.
We'll bring it here and then all the way down to the bottom. as they guy, but walk to the center, and then you'll be able to stuck up there. Gravity right left and right now. So stick to the left, try down to the Granchi at this point. We'll turn to the left and just fly to this structure, and we'll be able to get out. There's going to be a cutscene. We'll skip that. It's kind of an homage to the mod scene where Master Chief crashes the Pearl of Autumn, the Arbiter crashes into this installation here. But this point is basically the Arbiter in reverse, so you'll recognize this map because it's basically the campaign mission we did before this one, but we're basically just going backwards, and we're invincible because we pulled off that glitch. So the gravity is normal now, but we're still invincible, so I'm going to skip.
Nice. Que no pueden hacer. Sí que creo que sea por causa de un pinche elevador. Bueno, me voy por ahí, ¿qué más? Gracias por pasar de todas maneras.
Turn, heretic. Arbiter, I would rather die by your hand than let the prophets lead me to slaughter. Who has taught you these lies? The Oracle.
Hello, I am 343 Guilty Spark. I am the monitor of Installation 04.
Ask the Oracle about Halo. How they would sacrifice us all for nothing.
More questions? Splendid. I would be happy to assist you.
The elites are blind, Arbiter. But I will make them see.
Nice.
How did the prophets buy your loyalty, Arbiter? With a new command? A new fleet? Was it the promise? Their great journey?
This flight facility predates Installation Alpha by several others. It was retrofitted to research possible offensive and defensive measures against the foe. Indeed, I designed and oversaw the construction of this facility various accurate medical assistance.
study of the parasite. But where are the weapons, Arbiter? What was the result? All that time and effort, and the best the Forerunners could do was put these foul creatures on ice. Now where are these gods the prophets would have us worship? Transcended? Ha 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 ha! Hardly. Come, Arbiter, let me show you where they went.
Oh,
Unfortunate. His edification was most enjoyable.
I had no choice, Holy Oracle. This heretic imperiled the great journey.
Oracle, great journey. Why do you meddlers insist on using such inaccurate verbiage?
That is the Oracle. So it is. Come, we are leaving this system.
bah. Delta Halo.
What's up guys, Silver here with another Halo Master Chief Collection Achievement Guide. This time we're doing Part 6 of our Halo 2 Lasso run. This is Delta Halo. Start up this mission, and right off the bat we're going to exchange our SMG for our ODST friends BR right here. Then we're going to turn around and back up and look to the right of this tree. You're going to see a turret, so we're going to lock onto that turret with our rockets. Then we're going to turn to the right and see another turret up here. We're going to aim in between that tree branch on the right and the tree trunk itself so we can get that guy taken care of. Then we're going to switch to our BR and take out this Jackal. He usually gets distracted by the Marines, so he doesn't have his shield up, so you could easily headshot him. And then you want to turn around because there's going to be 3 grunts coming around the corner here. So I would say that is the typical order that I take out those enemies in. Sometimes the Jackal may not come into view right away, so you might have to deal with the grunts first. So just keep your eye out on those 2 locations. Sometimes the grunts like to shoot over the edge like the Jackal does as well, instead of going all the way around the corner and then down the path towards you. So just keep an eye out on that ledge in general. But I would say that's the typical order that those enemies attack you in, and also the typical order that I take those enemies out. The turrets you could actually wait on because they aren't really a direct threat to you. I just like to take them out real quick right off the bat. But you can see once I took out those 2 turrets, those 3 grunts, and the 1 Jackal, I immediately started meleeing my friendlies. That is because I want to get my shield up with the Black Eye Skull, so melee those guys to death. And we're going to go follow this path afterwards once you have your shields up. And we're going to jump up here, just follow this path. We're going to jump up onto this geometry, and then you want to walk up along the left side. And then as I get to the top of that part, I just jump a little bit so I could get all the way to the top. You don't need to jump, but there's a very narrow path where you could actually keep walking. So just jump right about there, and you'll easily make it up here. And then we're going to get to the top, follow this path, meleeing my friendlies. See, once I took on order that those enemies attack you in, and also the typical order that I take those enemies out. The turrets you could actually wait on because they aren't really a direct threat to you. I just like to take them out real quick right off the bat. But you can see once I took out those 2 turrets, those 3 grunts, and the 1 Jackal, I immediately started meleeing my friendlies. That is because I want to get my shield up with the Black Eye Skull, so melee those guys to death. And we're going to go follow this path afterwards once you have your shields up. And we're going to jump up here, just follow this path. We're going to jump up onto this geometry, and then you want to walk up along the left side. And then as I get to the top of that part, I just jump a little bit so I could get all the way to the top. You don't need to jump, but there's a very narrow path where you could actually keep walking. So just jump right about there, and you'll easily make it up here. And then we're going to get to the top here, and we're going to turn to the left once we're at the top, and we're going to follow this ridge line. You can see I am on this ridge. We're just going to follow this. It changes directions a little bit as you go, but I'm going to speed this part up. And you don't have to follow this path exactly. It's just a good path to follow if you're not familiar. Once you get to this point, you want to stop walking so fast. You want to stay to the left of the ridge I was talking about because the right side of it is actually pretty steep. And then once you see the geometry kind of breaking apart over here, you want to follow the line and kind of go down into this second little broken off fractured area. And you want to look to the right in this direction, and you want to kind of go down the slope as far as you can until the jackals spawn in. You can see they just popped into view. And once you see them pop into view, that means you've hit the load zone you need to hit, and you could go back up. And you want to go back up as soon as they pop into view because they will turn and shoot at you. So we're going to speed this part up. Once you get to the top here, you can see the lake over on the left. And we're going to go to the top of this hill at this peak, and you'll see another ridge. We're going to follow this ridge all the way until it kind of connects to some other ridges right here, and you can see there's a slide down to the left. We're actually going to slide down this slide, and we're going to get into another area of the map here, and we're going to stick to the right so we can stay on the cliff face here. You don't want to fall off too soon, but we're going to shoot a rocket to blow up both of those ghosts. So you want to shoot anywhere in between those ghosts. We'll actually blow up both of the ghosts with one rocket. So now that that is taken care of, we won't have to worry about elites getting in the ghosts, and they'll just mind their own business and they won't follow us around the structure here, so we can nice and safely be over here and do what we need to do. And one thing I should know about this section is there's turrets randomly deployed across this area, so sometimes there's one kind of above the ghosts, so if there is, just lock onto them with a rocket and take them out. And then we're going to jump into here, and we're going to find that there's 0, 1, or 2 ghosts in here, and they do a really bad job of doing any damage to you. So you could really just jump in here and take this as an opportunity to get your shields up. We're going to smack this guy to death, and he can't really do anything about it. And even if there was a second ghost here, they don't really do much. They don't really have any room to maneuver or anything, so you could easily smack and kill both of them. Get your shields up, and then once you take out these enemies, whoever's here, you're going to actually deploy the bridge from outside. So you can see we took out that guy. I should actually blow up that ghost before I continue here, but I didn't this time around. And you can see up in there through the window is the room we actually need to get to activate this bridge. But you could actually activate the console from the window here. The console is up against the wall here, up against the window, and you could actually come at it from behind and open it. So you have to actually hit it twice. The first time you actually hit the button, it will send the bridge further up, but you want to hit it a second time so it starts going down. And then once you're able to, you want to jump on top of it and kind of walk across the bridge as it's deploying. You kind of surf across with it. Pretty fun, speeds up your walking for a little bit temporarily. But you can see I blew up that ghost, and the reason I did that is because empty ghosts and empty vehicles in general actually draw the attention of nearby elites. So I could have had an elite kind of walk down from the top of the temple down to the bottom where I was and then fight and kill me on his way to getting in a ghost. It worked out this time, but just to hedge your bets, you want to blow up that ghost before you start activating the console. And then you just want to follow this path, and you'll find a ghost kind of tucked away in a corner. We're going to go back the way we came a little bit. We're not going to go back across the bridge, though. We're going to go towards this rocky mountain cliff face, whatever this is. We're going to go up it. It's pretty easy to go up with the ghost, and you want to go fairly slowly. It's easy to kind of lose control as the geometry changes as you go further up. You can't really see the geometry changing sometimes due to this foliage up here. But once you get to the top, you'll be able to see the lake. What a great view of the next level. That's actually where you're going to be for the next level, Regret. And we're just going to turn to the right and just head in this direction. Keep the aforementioned foliage to your right, and then to your left, you're going to see this big square. Don't go in that. That's actually a hole, and you will fall to your death if you fall into it. But we're going to go over here, and as soon as this big gap to your right ends, we're going to get to this corner here, right on our right side, and we're going to kind of go down into this area butt first. So kind of wiggle your butt down, and then we're going to drift down this incline towards the right. And we're going to find that there's going to be a tree to our left, and you don't have to do this part. I just like to do it for no reason at all. There's more rocket ammo behind here. We don't need the rocket ammo. I just like to get it to have it, although I do plan on exchanging them and not using them at all later in the mission. So you can see there's no enemies in here. Normally there's a bunch of people in here, and you can see where I was shooting to the left. That's actually where you're supposed to enter this area from initially, but since we took a roundabout way of getting in here, there's no enemies. We're going to boost over here to the right and continue through the mission, but we're going to cut back shortly. So we're going to go down this ramp, and once we get to the bottom of the ramp, we have hit the next load zone that we need to hit, so we're just going to go back up the way we came and get back out of the map again. So we're going to go basically exactly where we came from, back up and out of the map. It's a little tougher to climb the walls than to go down the walls, but a tip here is when you're boosting, if you hold the jump button down, that actually raises the nose of your ghost, so you could actually more easily climb these walls and do other ghost maneuvers, which we're going to be exploiting a little later in the mission here, towards the end. But now we're out of the map again. We're going to stick to the right because there is a large slope to the left. You could actually go along that slope if you're trying to speedrun this mission. It is faster, but we're not interested in speed here. We're interested in safety and being able to consistently do this over and over again, or just once, because who's going to do the Lasso playlist more than once except for crazy people like me? But once we get to this point, we're going to turn to the left, and you can see there's a couple options. There's a couple different slopes we could choose. Normally, you would go straight down towards that area where I'm shooting, and it's a very steep descent and easy to lose your balance, and you could actually fall into the map towards the left and die. So we're going to go to the right, which is a lot easier. It takes a little more time, but it's a lot safer, a lot more reliable. So we're just going to go over here, turn to the left, and then we're going to go to the right of this big pillar over here. And we're going to go wrap around this ring to the left. To the left, you can see there's that hollowed out section. That's actually one of the playable sections you're supposed to go through. The off the rock, through the bush, nothing but jackal segment. But we've now arrived where we need to be for this trick. Normally, you would come down that big slope in front of us, and it's kind of treacherous, especially with the foliage blocking your way. And you're supposed to land down there to the right where I'm shooting and then kind of climb up here where I am. But we came here from the other side. But you want to cross over this line where the textures change. You can see there's a clear line where the texture changes from a more rocky looking texture to a more sandy looking one. So I'm going to, at this point now that I'm on the sandy, or maybe it's grassy, I don't know. We're going to back down, and you can see we're hovering on the wall here. And you want to slowly inch your way into this load zone. And you'll know you hit it when your time and score actually disappears. You can see it disappeared right there. And then off the rock, through the bush, nothing but jackal appeared on my bottom right side of my screen. So that's a huge benefit to having your score on, is you know exactly when you hit load zones. And for this one in particular, right when you hit it, you want to start boosting out of it, because there's actually a jackal sniper that starts shooting at you. So if you don't have your score on, you have to wait a little while longer to know that you're in the load zone by either A, the text in the bottom right will start showing up, or B, you'll start getting sniped by a jackal. So not a great choice there on the B side. But once you hit that load zone, you want to go over and fall into that crevice where I did, and then we want to go over here, grab a beam rifle for our rockets. So now we have a BR and a beam rifle, because we're going to carry these over into the next mission. So we want to have a full BR as well for the next mission if possible. So we're going to drive without boosting and land to the right side of this block, so when we bail out, we'll have the block for cover. And then once the jackals have shot a couple times, we're going to poke our heads out real quick to grab that BR ammo from that drop pod, get back into the ghost and start boosting and holding the jump button immediately, and you can see that drastically raises the nose of your ghost like I mentioned earlier, so you can block all the incoming beam rifle shots. And then we're going to park our ghost right up against the door here with the seat to the right side of the door, and we're going to go in here and get the attention of the elites, and then we're going to retreat and hide in the corner here, and the elites will come charging towards us, but then they will get distracted by the ghost, and we will be able to give them a back smack, so that will easily get us 3 kills, some back-to-back advanced ghosting strats right there that will get your exes to stop bothering you. We've taken out 2 of 3 as promised. There is a 4th one, but that 4th one, for whatever reason, doesn't like to be tricked by this ghost trick over here. This is the ultimate X right here, the final battle. So this guy likes to drop down to the right where I am right now. But this time he was not in that area. Normally he drops down to the left where that block is, so I could actually kind of easily close in on him as he's jumping down and then smack him, and that will get him to turn around due to the Sputnik skull, and then you can just smack him again for the back smack one-hit kill. But this time he's in a different spot, so we're just going to take advantage of the anger skull, which makes him shoot a lot more, but that means he actually has to wait for his gun to cool down a lot more. It overheats more often. So as his gun is cooling down, it is inoperable, so we could take that time to kind of close in on him, get behind something that's a little closer to him, and then eventually we'll be able to kind of get up close enough to him where we could smack him. He'll turn around, do the Sputnik skull like I mentioned earlier, and then we could back smack him for the final kill here. And that is it. That's the end of Delta Halo. One of the easier missions, and it happens to be...
No mames, ¿qué pedo con esta misión, güey? Ok. A ver. Qué loco, güey. Delta Halo. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta.
Report! Both engine cores have spun to 0. We're drifting. Archer pods are cold. I'll need to rekey the system.
Do it and find out where we are. Sorry for the quick jump, Sergeant. You in one piece?
I'm good. Chief?
We're fine.
Ma'am, there's an object. Coming into view now.
Cortana, what exactly am I looking at? That is another Halo.
Say what?
So this is what my father found. I thought Halo was some sort of super weapon. It is. If activated, this ring will cause destruction on a galactic scale. I want all the information you've got on the first Halo. Schematic, topography, whatever. I don't care if I have the clearance or not. Yes, ma'am. Where's our target?
The enemy ship has stopped above the ring, ma'am. We're going to pass right over it.
Perfect. Given what we know about this ring, it's even more important that we capture the Prophet of Regret. Find out why he came to Earth, why he came here. Chief, take first platoon. Hard drop. Secure our landing zone. Sergeant, load up 2 flights of Pelicans and follow them in.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
Until I can move and fight, I'm going to keep a low profile. Once you leave the ship, you're on your own.
Understood.
Over the target in 5.
Hang on to your helmet.
Ah, no. Bueno. X. No era mi intención esquipear este pedo. Pero está la guía fotos.
Yeah, I see ya. Hey, move!
¿Qué pedo con la agresividad?
We gotta neutralize those turrets! Here it comes! Bloody bird!
Brother, dame tu...
Grenade, move!
Nah, vete a la verga.
We gotta neutralize those turrets!
Two starts.
Oh, guys, we're wasting. Ow, sir! Enemies over there, Chief!
I know you did that on purpose. You got one more time. One more time! Are you not? Check your target, sir. Ooh. Why don't you shoot you? Ooh, what were you thinking, sir?
Ven aquí, ven aquí.
Not cool, soldier.
Look at me. Vente por acá. Cámara. Hola, bro. que se la cago. Es aquí, ¿no?
Tree branch on. Take out this jackal around. Because sometimes so just keep order that I take those enemies out. Bat, please. Get all the way to the right in this direction and kind of go pretty steep. And then once you see the geometry kind of breaking apart over here, you want to follow the line and kind of go down into the second little broken off fractured area. And you want to look to the right in this direction, and you want to kind of go down the slope as far as the load zone get used to this peak, and you'll see another ridge. We're going to follow the side down to the left, right, all the way until it kind of connects to some other ridges right here, and you can see there's a
la pinche slide, güey. Oh, nice. ¿Dónde me estoy? Ah, era aquí más bien. Ok, vamos a restartearla porque debería poder chingarme esas.
We gotta neutralize those turrets.
Those turrets.
Hey, knock yourself out, kid. Oh, okay. My God. Grenade!
Oh, it's gonna get ugly.
A ver, brothers.
Hey, hey, sir! You, ow, sir! Chief, what the hell are you doing? Hey, you better not do that again, all right?
I know you didn't do that on purpose. Check your target. Aim somewhere else.
Cool. Full escudo. Ah, me tocó que no haya dos. Va. ¿Se agarraba de aquí la 2? No mames. No, por aquí. Joder, está el cuadro. ¿Qué hice? 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 Dios. A ver, aquí me tengo que hacer para atrás y luego qué.
Regret, and you're going to see this go over at all. Left, that's actually where you're supposed to enter this area. Here to the right, for no reason. So kind of wiggle your butt down. We're going to kind of, as soon as this big gap to your right ends, we're going to get to this corner here, right on our right. We're going to turn to the right where, don't go in that. That's actually a hole, and you will fall to your death if you fall into it. But we're going to go over here, and as soon as this big gap to your right ends, we're going to get to this corner here, right on our right side, and we're going to kind of go down into this area butt first. So kind of wiggle your butt down, and then we're going to drift down this incline towards the right. And we're going to find that there's going to be a tree to our left, and you don't have to do this part. I just like to do it for no reason at all. There's more rocket ammo behind here. We don't need the rocket ammo. I just like to get it to have it, although I do plan on exchanging them and not using them at all later in the mission. So you can see there's no enemies in here. Normally there's a bunch of people in here, and you can see where I was shooting to the left. That's actually where you're supposed to enter this area from initially, but since we took a roundabout way of getting in here, there's no enemies. We're going to boost over here to the right and continue through the mission, but we're going to cut back shortly. So we're going to go down this ramp, and once we get to the bottom of the ramp, we have hit the next load zone that we need to hit, so we're just going to go back up the way we came and get back out of the map again. So we're going to go basically exactly where we came from, back up and out of the map. It's a little tougher to climb the walls than to go down the walls, but a tip here is when you're boosting, if you hold the jump button down, that actually raises the nose of your ghost, so you could actually more easily climb these walls and do other...
A la verga. quédate, brother, quédate. Duolingo, mamón. Ah, no, sí lo hice. Va.
Climb the wall here, and you can going to be a tree, and we're over here, and as so in that's actually a hole, and you will fall to your death if you fall into it. But we're going to go over here, and as soon as this big gap to your right ends, we're going to get to this corner here, right on our right side, and we're going to kind of go down into this area butt first. So kind of wiggle your butt down, and then we're going to drift down this incline towards the right.
Se lo veo. Oh. Así de que por nada, o sea, no llegas aquí en la misión normal, pero hay munición de rocket ahí, güey. Qué loco. Aquí se supone que apenas tocas esto, ya cargaste el nivel. Y sí, se trabó tantito. Y nos vamos otra vez por aquí. ¿Después qué?
Right. I do plan on blowing you through the mission again. So we're going to go next load zone that we need to hit. So we're just going to go back up the way we came and get back out of the map again. So we're going to go basically exactly where we came from, back up and out of the map. It's a little tougher to climb the walls than to go down the walls. But a tip here is when your boots like climb to the end, but and do other ghost maneuvers, which we're going to be exploiting a little later in the mission here, towards the end. But now we're out of the map again. We're going to stick to the right because there is a large slope to the left. You could actually go along that slope if you're trying to speedrun this mission. It is faster, but we're not interested in speed here. We're interested to do the Lasso playlist more than once, except for Crazy Good Shoes. Normally you would go straight, actually fall into that area where I'm shooting, and it's a very steep descent and easy to lose your balance, and you could actually fall into the map towards the left and die. So we're going to go to the right, which is a lot easier. We're going to go to the right of this big pillar over here, and we're going to go wrap around this ring to the left. To the
So donde había llegado antes.
the left, you can see the bush, nothing but slope in front of us, but we've now treacherous, especially with the foliage blocking your way. But you want to cross over this line where the textures change. You can see there's a clear line where the texture changes from a more rocky looking texture to a more sandy looking one. So I'm going to, at this point, now that I'm on the sandy, or maybe it's grassy, I don't know, we're going to back down, and you can see we're hovering on the wall here, and you want to slowly inch your way into this load zone, and you'll know you hit it when your time and score actually disappears. You can see it disappeared right there, and then off the rock through the bush, nothing but Jackal appeared on my bottom right side of my screen. So that's a huge benefit to having your score on, is you know exactly when you hit load zones, and for this one in particular, right when you hit it, you want to start boosting out of it, because there's actually a Jackal sniper that starts shooting at you. So if you don't have your score on, you have to wait a little while longer to know that you're in the load zone by either A, the text in the bottom right will start showing up, or B, you'll start getting sniped by a Jackal. So not a great choice there on the B side. But once you hit that load zone, you want to go over and fall into that crevice where I did, and then we want to go over here, grab a beam rifle for our rockets. So now we have a BR and a beam rifle, because we're going to carry these over into the next mission. So we want to have a full BR as well for the next mission, if possible. So we're going to drive without boosting and land to the right side of this block, so when we bail out, we'll have the block for cover. And then once the Jackals have shot a couple times, we're going to poke our heads out real quick to grab that BR ammo from that drop pod, get back into the Ghost and start boosting and holding the jump button immediately, and you can see that drastically raises the nose of your Ghost, like I mentioned earlier, so you can block all the incoming beam rifle shots. And then we're going to park our Ghost right up.
No sé si mi Ghost pueda aguantar esos tiros. ¿Cámara? Brother. ¿Qué pedo con ese checkpoint, güey? Oh. No. No pasó nada, no pasó nada. este brother. Cambia. Oh, no, no toque. Jeje.
Good. Still no word about In Amber Clad on the Covenant battlement. It's odd. The Covenant know we made landfall, but they don't seem to consider us a very serious threat. Boy, are they in for a big surprise.
Sí. Me imaginé que el pinche Ghost no aguantaba tanto, güey. Es que sí. No me acuerdo en qué parte, pero pues sí me acuerdo que me lo puteé durísimo. Además de que ahorita me caí durísimo también. Checkpoint raro.
Still no word about In Amber Clad on the Covenant battlement. It's odd. The Covenant know we made landfall, but they don't seem to consider us a very serious threat. Boy, are they in for a big surprise. Watch yourself. Honor guards.
No mames, me mamé durísimo. Ah, me mamé durísimo. Me dio miedo, güey. Dije, no funcionó, pero sí ha funcionado, güey. Dudé y perdí. Well.
Watch yourself. Honor guards.
Nice. Okay. Nice. No mames. Qué cabrón. No, esa misión está muy easy, güey. Nada más es, o sea, ahorita de las veces que me morí es de que la cagaba en, o sea, cosas que ahorita ya no la cago, ¿sabes? O sea, de que, no, el spotter aquí, güey. El slope estaba acá, la resbaladilla esa estaba aquí, güey. Qué padre, 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 qué padre. Pero bueno. Voy a ver que loadee para salirme a la verga.
Wait, go back. Wait, go back. That's what I thought he said. The Prophet of Regret is planning to activate Halo.
Are you sure?
I shall light this holy ring, release its cleansing flame, and burn a path into the divine beyond.
Pretty much.
Commander, we've got a problem.
So I hear. But from what I understand, the Prophet will need an object, the Index, to activate the ring. I've located a library similar to the one you found on the first Halo. If the rings work the same way, the Index should be inside.
I'll bet the Covenant are thinking the exact same thing.
Then we better beat them to it, Sergeant. Extract your men and meet me at the library.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll secure the Index, Chief. You take out the Prophet. He's given us all the intel we need.
Halo 2 Classic. Ah, aquí vienen mamaditas, ¿verdad? Bueno, yo me retiro. Pero ya vimos que no está tan difícil todo. O sea, nada más es de comprender, güey. De conocimiento, güey. De qué hacer, cuándo, güey. Pero bueno. Ya voy a la verga. Tuki. Tuki. Oh. Pukiruki, chukiduki, lukiruki, tuki, pacata. Cámara. Ya nos vemos, chavos. Mañana no. No creo que mañana, pero pasado, puede que. ¿Pasado qué es? Sábado.